So there's two people watching. What's up? How's it going? Yeah, today it's supposed to be like 80 degrees. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna hike Table Rock again and go live. I went live. Well, now I'm on the Greenbelt on the way to Table Rock. But I also yesterday was trying to stretch the dollar, and so I did some cooking and made a bunch of things, and so I ate while I was cooking, and so I also want to burn some calories by hiking Table Rock, and I just feel accomplished after hiking a mountain, and it makes me feel good, and it's also good for my muscles, and there's something about being up there on that mountain hiking Table Rock. It's just really special. But yeah, I am moving to Cambodia to teach English, and so I'm excited about that, and I really want to see a monkey. When I see a monkey when I get there for the first time, I'm going to be so excited. But it will be different scenery once I move there. So I'm enjoying Boise, Idaho while I'm still here. I was afraid to do a video because I didn't sleep really well, so I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna look in the video, but I was like, you know, I'm just gonna do it. So here we are. I kind of did a funny title for this video because I don't know, the first time I hiked Table Rock and I was like on the Greenbelt, I said ducks are cute, and I think they are, and so I said that on the video, and somebody commented that they thought that was funny, and but the geese in Boise, I'm afraid of the geese. I try to steer clear of them, and there's also so many geese. But that's just the way it is. So I think I'm gonna continue now walking on the Greenbelt. Actually, maybe I will get a good shot of the river. Wow, there's two logs here, and I don't know if you can see them there, and also there's two logs here, but they don't have any bark on them, and they look professionally cut too. So I don't think it was work of a beaver, but they're kind of nice. Like, you could like sit on a log. And so I'm gonna check the volume. I think I turned the volume up. Okay, I did. So now I'm walking towards the river, and so I am gonna turn around so you can see the river flowing. So I'm walking upstream of the river towards the Table Rock Mountain, but if you could see the flow of the river. But yeah, this is the Boise River, everybody. If you don't know, maybe some of you do know. And so this is a good place to be on a hot day, is along the river, because it is cooler. But yeah, I'm excited that people are watching, and so I am going to continue on towards Table Rock. And So it is going to take a little while. So if there's something that you think would be cool to talk about, put a comment. I mean, or you could just not have me talk and just see the scenery. I'm not sure. I think both are good. So, that's a cool tree. It's hard to see it here, but it's kind of tall, and yeah, it's really cool. And it's kind of skinny too. And then this tree is like really thick, but I don't know what happened to its trunk. It's interesting. So here we go again. Hiking table. Here I go again, and here you go again, watching me. Here's all the Lime scooters and bikes. And then this is a good place here to get in the river. So recently, I have a YouTube channel. You can look me up, my name, Grant Elordi, and you'll find it on YouTube. But recently something I did, because I love to take pictures, and I'll just be in places and I'll just take all these pictures. I'm like, oh, that's something, that would be cool to take a picture of that. And so I have all these pictures, and so I decided, I was thinking of doing a slideshow. So I made 2 slideshows so far, and then I added music to the slideshows, and then I added them onto my YouTube channel. So there are a couple geese right here. Oh no, you can see, yeah, you can see it there. So I'm not gonna get any closer to them. I'm gonna give them their space, because I'm afraid of geese. So I just try to stay away from it. Yeah, now I can really hear the flow of the water. So I think it would be neat to take a picture. Hi. Good. That was really nice. Somebody said hi to me. I don't even know who they are, I don't think. But yeah, here's a river. There's a log in the river. So I don't know if there was a beaver that created that, because there are beavers in the Boise River. So, but it's kind of cool how there's a little kind of a different flow in the river because of the log. So now I'm going underneath a bridge. So I believe this is the Park Center Bridge. That's what this bridge is. But yeah, you should subscribe to my YouTube channel. So I'm gonna upload this video to it. But my channel is getting better. I'm getting better at being a YouTuber. I only have 22 subscribers, and I think like 800 views total. So, but I just started it a couple months ago. But my slideshows I made, because I take lots and lots of pictures. I love taking pictures, and so I did slideshows where I chose pictures to have in the slideshow and added music. and so it's really cool. Now, so this part of the river, it's got like little islands. It's very interesting. So I'm gonna turn around so that you can see it. But there's like kind of like islands and logs down. This is probably where there's probably beavers that live in here. I haven't gotten a beaver on camera yet, but I have seen a beaver. I saw a beaver near the Riverside Hotel on the Greenbelt, and all these people were watching the beaver, and the beaver was just standing there or sitting there, and it was showing its beaver teeth, and everyone was just looking at the beaver. The beaver was not shy at all, and it didn't seem to care that people were looking at it. But I wish I had gotten it on camera, because I wish that you could see a Boise beaver, but we just have to find one. I don't know where I guess they're all somewhere that I'm not right now. This area is also kind of interesting. It's almost kind of like a little pond type of area, and also there's little kind of apartments along here. It would be a really cool place to live, I think, along the Boise River. So, along the river. So this is going to be a long video because I'm going to go all the way to Table Rock and hike to the top of a mountain. And I almost didn't do a video today because I didn't sleep really good. So I was afraid how I would look without getting lots of sleep. And but I decided to do the video anyways. Partly because the weather is so nice today. It's just gorgeous, hot day. And I said, I just want to get outside. And then I made some food and did some cooking. I made some things from scratch. And then I was eating while I was cooking. And I was trying to stretch the dollar, but I stretched my tummy. And so now I need to burn some calories. And so that's another reason why I'm hiking Table Rock. So I have been thinking about getting a microphone for better sound quality on my videos, but I haven't done that yet. But I'll let you know when I do. But I think I'm gonna go to like a music store to get it. Maybe I'll do that today. But then I was thinking of getting one in Cambodia because it's probably cheaper. But I think I'll get one here because you can get microphones for not that expensive. Wow, this is cool. So I'm going to turn around and show you. There's kind of like a big log there. And it is like kind of like another little island type thing in the river. It's kind of interesting. But one of the slideshow videos that I did on my YouTube, so the pictures from it I took when I was in the Basque Country in Spain, and so which was really cool. And then there's 17 slides total, and then I added a song to it, and the music was in the Basque language, and so it was really cool. And so the song that I added on there, they copyright allowed people to use it for free on YouTube, so that worked out. But I can speak a little bit of the Basque language. Batzuk. Batsuk, it means sun. So now I'm currently near the nature center. And here's the nature center sign. And there's the entrance there. I've been there before. I don't know if, wonder if I should do a video of there. No, I think I'll just keep walking on the Greenbelt. Yeah, there's this cool little rock bench. Maybe I should sit there. So it's in memory of Ana Maria Angulo Tioch, celebrating the life of 1963 to 2020. It's this little, let's see if I can get a good picture of it. There it is. It's this little rock bench. So there was something that just flew over my head. I don't know if it was a duck or what it was. And then I just heard something splash in the water. So I don't know if it was a fish or maybe it was the bird that flew over my head. I'm not sure. But kind of in this area, it looks like the water's kind of flowing fast. There's also a bird chirping. Or birds. There are birds chirping. Wow, it looks like a sparrow. Yeah, the sparrow is going to be hard to get on camera because they're so small. Oh my gosh, there's a goose looking out into the river. So I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but I feel like sometimes if I didn't sleep very good, this soaking up the sun helps.
That's where I was saying. Even before this, I was
Right now, there is a lot of shade on the Greenbelt with all the trees. There will be more sun in the mountains. There won't be as much shade in the mountains. So there's like a little plaque here, so I'm gonna read it. So it says Boise Tourist Park. So it says between the years of 1912 and 1917, there was a surge of homesteaders to Idaho who were looking for land to farm. They usually arrived in Boise as car campers or auto tramps and stayed in rough tent camps that they made themselves. At that time, the Boise School District was responsible for building and maintaining all public playgrounds. In 1910, the school district bought 25 acres on this site for a sports stadium. Instead of building the stadium, they leased the property to the Boise Commercial Club for a tourist campground. Boise Tourist Park was opened in 1918 to a season of 6,000 visitors. The grounds had tent sites, a communal kitchen with hot plates, laundry with a washing machine, a playground, and 2 cement slabs for washing cars. The admission donation was 25 cents per car. In 1919, a bathhouse was donated by the Idaho Federation of Labor. And then it says, after World War I, park use jumped to 20,000 cars per year with an average stay of 7 days. With increased use, the Boise Commercial Club began to have difficulty managing the park. In 1927, the city of Boise bought the park and converted the campground to Boise Municipal Park. By this time, the Great Depression, the public's enthusiasm for camping had lessened, and the park gained a reputation as a hobo jungle. It finally closed in 1938 and was made into a general use park. 11 acres were donated to Airway Park, Boise's professional baseball team. That's really interesting. And so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to flip the camera and I'm going to show pictures. I mean, I already read the thing on here, but I'm going to show some pictures. They're black and white pictures. So, well, anyways, the park is very different now. There's no people, I don't see any people camping here. So, continuing to walk along the Greenbelt from the Boise River. There are, just so you know, really cool things to, this is to help you if you get like a flat or whatnot. They're along the Greenbelt. They got this Greenbelt sign here. And so this park, which what I just read used to be called Tourist Park. So it does have a playground over there yonder. It's got bathrooms. It has a fireplace. There's also some type of thing for a game up here. I think it's like was it a horseshoe pit, or maybe it was a different type of game. But I'll film that once I get up here. But there's another little plaque. This is near a tree that's kind of in the ground. And but it says, in memory of our friend Aaron Hoyle, 3/31/1975 to 3/31/2012. So I'm not sure who that is, but I'm sure somebody does. then this tree here. What's really cool is the trees are starting to get some leaves. So there are some cool colors. I'm gonna adjust this a little bit. So this is a cool little picture here. And the river's flowing. There's like a little bank here. There's a tree. I'm so happy people are watching because I didn't sleep that good last night and I was so concerned. I didn't want to do a video because I was like, I'm probably gonna look tired and I'm not gonna look very good. And I'm also old. I'm like 39 years old. But I'm doing the video anyways, and here's the barbecue. And then I'm gonna walk to, I thought there was some type of, oh yeah. I'm gonna walk to where there's this court for, I don't know the name of the game, but it's not horseshoes. So I really don't know what it's called, but they have one here at this park. So maybe they'll have it written down what it is, but I don't know. And I saw people playing it one time, and I don't even know what this is for. Oh, there is a thing. So it's for bocce, is what it's for. So I'm gonna do. So this is it here, Boise. I think it's pronounced bocce. I'm not sure, but so here's the court for it here. So I mean that's kind of cool. I've actually never played that before. I think I've played something similar, but I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, it's spring right now, I think, and everything looks so green. Well, I'm on the Greenbelt for one, and there's along the river. I'm gonna kind of walk to the bank of the river and show another river photo. But I'm so glad I got out. I almost didn't want to do a video today, and I'm just so glad that I did. But I just love, like, the river makes me feel so good. Just the flow of the river. I just love rivers. And I also, if you don't know, I love ducks. I think ducks are so cute. Oh my gosh. They're just so adorable. And then especially when they quack. But the geese, I'm afraid of geese. And I don't think the geese are as cute as the ducks either. And there's so many geese. And I just try to stay away from them. But it is so beautiful. I'm gonna do another river photo, and I'm slowly making my way to the base of Table Rock, and it feels so good in the mountains and along the river. But look at this river go. I'm gonna do a little twirl here, show the river. I mean, look at this river. Look at it's flowing. You can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's just so beautiful, and it's really cool. I mean, this is kind of like a little bank here, but even along the bank, it's really cool, and it's really flowing. So yeah, I'm walking upstream. I'm not in the river. If it was 100 degrees, I might get in the river, possibly. But it's not 100 degrees. It's only going to be 80 degrees. So So also, some people are watching, and that's really cool. So if you don't know, I have a YouTube channel. A good way to look me up is just my first name, which is Grant, and my last name, which is Elordi. And my last name is Basque, if you don't know. And also, I don't know if I'm related to Jacob Elordi, but I wish I knew, but I don't. But I did go to the Basque Country in November, and so I did take a lot of pictures there. And I made a video for my YouTube. Well, it's a slideshow with music, and there's a song in Euskera, the Basque language, and it was free to use the song. I think because it was a liberation song, so it was really cool. So anyways, it brings back so much memories, and also the food there. I love the croquetas, the tortillas. And another thing about Spain is here they have bars, right? And all they have is alcohol in the bar. And I don't drink, but I like to go to gay bars because I'm gay, and I like, of course, I like to go there. And I love the atmosphere of bars. But in Spain, and especially in the Basque Country, all the bars have food. And they also have coffee, and I love coffee. And the coffee they have there is so strong, and it's just so good. But it's not called a bar there; it's called a taberna. And the other thing is they have tabernas everywhere in Spain. So if you just need a little bite to eat, or if you want to socialize, or if you have to go to the bathroom, there's just tabernas to the left and tabernas to the right, and it's just so convenient. And here they just give you all this food, and you can go, the Basque word for tapas is a pincho, and you can get a pincho, and it's just so filling and so tasty and so good. And here you spend 20 bucks for this enormous meal. And so anyways, I just think this country is so expensive for me because I'm cheap. So that's partly why I'm moving to Cambodia to teach English. So anyways, we're on the Greenbelt, and so we're hiking Table Rock, and I'm just kind of running my mouth, and so yeah, but I really do like, so my slideshow video with pictures I took in the Basque Country from November, it's only about 1:30, and so I plan to do more slideshows because I take a lot of pictures, and it's fun to kind of choose the picture and put a slideshow together. But I also love going live, and so that's what I'm doing now. But I just think it's so nice to get out in nature, to be in trees, to be near rivers. I think because I've decided to kind of be a Facebooker and a YouTuber, and I don't make any money from it. Possibly if I have enough subscribers, I will at some point in probably some years or something, perhaps. But I just enjoy doing it, and I think that we all need to just immerse ourselves in art, in beauty, in nature, in people, especially because there's so much division, and it's like there's so many people covering politics, and I don't want to be another one of those people, because I just need a break from that. And so anyways, I'm just talking, but I'm about to, this is kind of near where the water company is, and so I'm kind of making a little bend here. There is like this stuff from trees that's like cotton almost, and it looks like snow, but you can kind of see in the video. But I think it's kind of itchy. I don't know, I forget what the name of it is. Is it mulberry? I don't know. So, but anyways, I'm making the bend. So I think what I will do is I'm gonna walk to this bridge, and I love this bridge, and also underneath this bridge there's lots of ducks, and I love ducks. And then this is the bridge like on the Greenbelt that the kids jump off of into the water. and sometimes they have music playing, and but I don't know if that's more of a summer thing, and I think the kids are in school. But people like to jump off this bridge, I think, because for one, the water is deep enough near the bridge that you can jump off of it. But there's, yeah, this is really beautiful. So I'm just gonna do a 360, especially because I'm looking at the mountain of Table Rock in the distance, but the camera is a little further out than I can see with my eyes. But from my eyes, the mountain looks bigger, and it's like, so that's why I'm gonna hike today.
On your left.
And somebody's on my left. That's what the bikers say on bicycle. They're like, I'm on your left, and I'm like, okay, thanks for letting me know. But I haven't been hit by a bicycle yet in Boise, so I guess they've got some good bicyclists that, you know, follow the rules of the road and all those things. So it's definitely a bit hotter on this stretch of the Greenbelt, and that's because it's kind of away from the river. So this is probably going to be the hottest part of the video, because it'll still be hot when I'm climbing Table Rock, but as I get higher in the elevation, it will get cooler. And so yeah, I was saying to subscribe to my YouTube channel. So it's so look up Grant Elordi, and I wonder if people are curious if I'm related to Jacob Elordi, and I don't know. I know my side of my Basque family, but I don't know his, so I don't know all the information there. But when I was in the Basque Country in November, I wanted to find out, and so my great grandfather's side, the Elordi side, he was born in Ereño, but that was the town of his mother, who was an Arupe. And so because I found on the family tree the other Elordis going back, each one was born in Markina, Yemen, which is another town. And I've also heard, but I don't know Jacob Elordi's side, because I just don't know his side of it, but I've heard that his father was born in Markina. So it makes me wonder if we are related. And I was there, and I got a haircut when I was there, and I did some hiking outside of the town, and I stayed in an Airbnb with a really nice older man. His name was Eneko, and it was so funny. I have a story from there. So I was staying with him, and I was only speaking Euskara, the Basque language, because I was like, I'm in the Basque Country, and I was speaking what little of the Basque language I knew, and the people who, because most of the people in the Basque Country, they do speak the Basque language, and they thought it was so cool that I was speaking Basque. They were just like, seemed like they were really honored and thought that was really cool. And so anyways, in Europe, English is the universal language. And so somebody was also staying at Nico's place, and they were from Germany. And so people, they're visiting the Basque Country from Germany, they speak to the people in the Basque Country in English instead of Basque, because English is the universal language, instead of knowing, many languages. And so the German guy, in his German accent, was telling Aneko that his English was not very good. And it was just so hilarious, because his English wasn't very good either. And just to speak such little English, and then in a German accent tell somebody else their English isn't very good. And then Aneko was just kind of so surprised, and he was kind of like, well, this kid, Grant, he speaks English and he's not even speaking English, and then I've got this German guy complaining that my English isn't very good. It was just hilarious. I thought I was amused by it. But Aneko had really good hiking recommendations, and it was really cool. And there was, it was rural, and there was horses, and there were sheep. There was this old church that had this big rock inside, and I guess they built the church around the rock. And then there was also this old stone school, and the school was still being used, and it was like a school of music. And so I heard all these kids playing they're playing instruments. And but now I'm approaching the bridge, and so I'll turn around eventually so you can see the bridge. And I don't see that anyone is jumping off of the bridge today, but people do jump off this bridge. But right now, near the Warm Springs Golf Course, part of the Greenbelt. And also, I don't even know what the name of this bridge is, but I usually always walk to it because I really like the bridge. And I really like ducks so much, and there's a whole bunch of ducks on the bottom of the bridge, kind of to the right as I'm going to be walking to it. And so I look down and I look at the ducks. And so maybe now I'll turn around. There's the bridge. It looks smaller in the video than it does with my own eyes. It's kind of interesting. I don't even know if they have a name of the bridge here, but this is just a pedestrian bridge. It's not and also it's interesting, there's a sign here about the Boise River, and so there is something interesting about the sign. I'm going to read it. So it says, Boise River Urban Quality Trout Area. So special fishing rules apply for approximately 3 miles from the upstream side of West Park Center Bridge to the downstream side of East Park Center Bridge. These fishing rules apply to this river reach. Year-round fishing allowed. A limit of 2 trout greater than 14 inches and 25 whitefish per day. Artificial flies, lures, and bait are allowed. Hatchery trout are not stocked within this section, but are stocked downstream at West Park Center Bridge and upstream at Barber Park. Interesting. So what's so interesting is, I think, is you could catch 25 whitefish and only 2 trout. So they're trying to get rid of the whitefish in the Boise River. Obviously, if you can catch 25 of them. Oh my gosh, I see the ducks, and this is so cool. There's not as many ducks here as there usually is, but there are some ducks. And so I think what I will do is I'll turn the camera. So there is one duck. So that was a male duck. And so it looks like there's 3 males. Well, I'm trying to, oh, there they are. Well, the female duck, she kind of blends in with the river. So, okay, so there's 2 female ducks, and then there's 2 male ducks, and then, so they're together. So I don't know if it's 2 couples on a double date. I really don't know. But I hear a little bit of duck quacking, but usually there's more ducks here. So, but this is usually like a duck hangout. And yeah, so there's not as many ducks. I don't know what they're doing, the other ducks that are usually here. So now, crossing the Boise River, and then there's a path from the Greenbelt that goes to Table Rock, and so then I'm going to take that path and go to Table Rock, and then we're going to hike Table Rock. So there is a nice little bit of a breeze, which does feel good because it's a little bit hot at the moment, but it definitely will be cooler in the mountains. So yeah, usually there's people jumping off this bridge, but not today.
Yo, what's the Twitch thing? Your mom here?
So maybe I will get a picture of the golf course, and then also like a picture of the mountain top, and then we're gonna climb that mountain. And but I think it's so cool to gaze into a mountain and be like, I'm gonna climb that mountain, and then once you get off the mountain, you're like, wow, I climbed that mountain. So it's really cool. I just love mountains. So if you're not able to get to Table Rock to hike it, or you're not able to, I can hike it for you, and you can watch me. We can hike Table Rock together. But yeah, I mean, the mountains are so gorgeous. I feel really good right now, but I was afraid to do. I woke up and I didn't sleep really well, and so I was afraid to do a video because I was like, what if I don't look good enough? you know, I didn't get a lot of sleep, and then also I made a bunch of things from scratch and was doing cooking, and then I was eating a lot while I was cooking, and then I said, you know, I need to burn some calories. And so maybe that's ultimately the thing that got me out to do the video today and to hike Table Rock, is because I have some calories to burn. Because I really, like, I mean, I'm 39 years old, you know, I'm also gay, so, I mean, in gay years, like, whoo, like, I'm done, like, on Grindr, like, you know, I mean, all I have to do is just see my age, and not be interested. You know, I probably could lie about my age and get more guys hitting me up on Grindr. However, I don't lie about my age. So, but yeah, I'm still on Grindr. But I don't know, I still want to have fun, but I think I want to have fun in like a relationship setting, you know, and to be in a relationship, and so then we can go and do fun things together and go on dates and just, you know, but I just want to have fun and go out and do things. And so I still feel like I have a zest and an adventure for life, and I feel like, you know, the world, it is really big. And this is a cool little bathroom along the Greenbelt. And then this is also kind of near the golf course. But anyways, so it's like the world is big, and I've lived in the United States of America for 39 years, and so I just feel like it's such a big world, and I feel so excited, and I just want to explore someplace else. And the cost of housing in the United States, it is so expensive. The cost of food, so expensive. And it's just, you know, I'm just like, I want to go somewhere that is cheaper, that has a different culture, different lifestyle. It's like, I've already experienced this country, and I feel like I experienced a good part of it, and I feel like it's like, I just want to leave. And I'm going to Cambodia, to Phnom Penh, to teach English, and so I am leaving. But I have this sense of, I'm enjoying Boise, and I'm enjoying my country before I leave. And there are some really beautiful things, some really cool things and places. And so at some point I'm gonna, so here's the mountain there. So I don't know, the mountain looks smaller on video. It's actually, but I'm gonna be climbing to the top of the mountain. And so yeah, and so yeah, it's cool that lots of people are watching. I'm excited, and so here we go. But here they have the nets so that the golf balls don't hit people that are walking on the Greenbelt. So I'm on this path of the Greenbelt, so it goes towards where the base of Table Rock is. So I'm going to need to cross Warm Springs Avenue, and then there's also a lot of really cool buildings at the base of Table Rock, and but it's cool. I'm glad, you know, some people are watching this, I think, that are from Boise, from this area, that live somewhere else, and I can show you, you know, the Greenbelt and Table Rock and but it's such a beautiful day. I don't know what I should talk about. But yeah, no, this is kind of like a shady little area here, and I can feel the difference. I mean, walking under the shade or along a river, I mean, I do feel the difference of how it is more cool. And today it is supposed to be 80 degrees, so a little bit hot. But this is a cool little walk area. There's a little windmill right there. So I'm about to get to Warm Springs Avenue, and then I'm going to cross over there and walk to the base of Table Rock. I think what got me out today to hike, you know, is food is so expensive in my country. Like, it's, oh my gosh, it's so expensive. And I was like doing some cooking from scratch, and I was trying to stretch the dollar, and so I was eating while I was cooking, and so yesterday I ate so much and I'm so full, and I need to burn some calories. Although I didn't sleep really good last night, so I kind of didn't feel like doing much because of that, and I was concerned how it would look from the lack of sleep. And so, but I decided to do a video anyways, and so here I am. So I'm almost to the Warm Springs Avenue. I've kind of left the Greenbelt, and I'm approaching Warm Springs, making my way to the Table Rock base, and then around the base I will kind of walk around, and then once I get to the base, I'll be climbing the mountain, and you'll be climbing the mountain with me. And it's so gorgeous, so beautiful. So, crossing Warm Springs Avenue.
Activated. Vehicles may not stop. Cross with caution.
And the vehicles, there's a bunch of them, but they're all stopping for me so I can cross the road. There are mountains up there. There are mountains to be climbed in this world. So there is like a history center, and there's a photograph of Abraham Lincoln. So maybe I'll do that. It might be a cool photo. Here, up there. There are some flags. And this is the Idaho History Center. And then what's kind of cool, there is Abraham Lincoln, a historical figure. So at the base of Table Rock it's called the Old Idaho Penitentiary. And so when Idaho was becoming a state, like one of the requirements to become a state is you had to have a penitentiary. And so this is the one they used or built for their requirements for Idaho to become a state, which I think Idaho became a state in 1890, I believe. So I think there was a population requirement, a penitentiary requirement, and then I think you had to have a government organized and a capital and all those things to become a state. So it's the Old Idaho Penitentiary. It closed down in the 1970s, so it was still a penitentiary until then. And so there's a thing here. It's called the Idaho Botanical Gardens, and one of the inmates of the penitentiary was a really good gardener. He loved gardening, and so the Botanical Gardens was actually started from him, from his planting and gardening and concert venue near the Idaho Botanical Gardens. It's an outdoor concert venue. And guess what the venue is called? It's called Outlaw Field. Of course, very fitting name. And so the last time, so I've done a live video of Table Rock before. The last time was very interesting. I walked into the women's ward part of the prison. You didn't have to pay to go into that part, and it was open. And so I did a little tour. That was very interesting. There's construction going on. They're doing something. I'm really not quite exactly sure. But I think it might have something to do with the botanical gardens or the concert venue. So, I think one of the first things that I will get a video of is this little tower. And so they would have somebody in the tower, you know, to watch, make sure that the inmates were behaving themselves. And so I'm gonna get a video of the little tower. So here is the tower. So then it goes along So there are some old houses on here. So this house, it does have a sign. It does say that this was the warden's house of the old Idaho Penitentiary. So that is interesting. And another interesting thing is they also have a bishop's house. And the bishop's house is right next to the warden's house. I think it's interesting that there's a bishop's house right next to a prison. I wonder if the bishop helped with the rehabilitation or did services for the bishop's house. But it does say 1889 is when it was established. This is gonna be the entrance. I think that's the guardhouse. But what I think is interesting is the women's ward. So, what I'm going to do is read one of these things here. So, this one, it says scandals. So, the prison had its share of scandals during its operation. Most of the stories about female inmates are funny, light-hearted actions of idle women. Several failed at ill-planned escapes. A few female inmates were caught whistling at the good-looking man in the red shirt, who coincidentally was the warden. oh my gosh. Wow. And a few women tried hoarding sugar and tea to get the matron in trouble. However, none of these stories compare to the highly publicized cases of two of the prison's most famous inmates, Josie Kensler in the 1900s and Lydia Southward in the 1930s. During her incarceration, Southard was a magnet for scandals. 2 years into her original sentence, an unusual hearing was called by Governor C.C. Moore. Its purpose was to refute publicly the rumor that Southard had birthed a child at the prison. Secretary of State F.A. Jeter saw Southard as the victim, telling the audience that rumors had caused the most damnable outrage that ever was perpetrated upon a human being. In 1931, after 10 years in prison, Southard escaped through the bars over the wall of the women's ward during the night. It was suspected she had the help of a former male convict. The ensuing manhunt, or I guess woman hunt, for the elusive killer of husbands went nationwide. Killer of husbands, wow, interesting. Even reaching as far as Canada. So Boise does border Canada. 15 months later, Southard was captured in Topeka, Kansas, married to her 5th husband. Southard was considered a good inmate, friendly and helpful to cellmates and the matron. She was allowed to visit her ailing mother in Twin Falls. Well, Twin Falls is like 2.5 hours away, but that would have been longer away back then. And to take picnics outside the prison walls and allegedly attend the movies downtown. Wow, so I wonder if she went to the Egyptian theater downtown, because that theater was possibly around then. The excursions helped bring about the scandalous downfall of Warden George Rudd. Multiple charges of his leniency and failure to monitor criminals properly were brought before the prison board. Republicans and Democrats statewide criticized Rudd for his perceived failings. In 1933, Warren Rudd was forced to retire. He defended his actions and rejected previous warden's policies as barbaric. So that's interesting. So the ward at the time was lenient to the prisoners and let them go to the movies, go on picnics with their ailing mothers. That's really interesting. And I think they should be lenient if they can be. So, inmate number 1482, Cora Stanfield, 36, adultery. In 1908, Cora Stanfield pleaded guilty to adultery despite the fact that she was legally separated from her husband. Stanfield received a sentence of 9 months in prison in 1909 and a full pardon. As of 2016, adultery is still a crime in Idaho, though rarely enforced. So, let me read another one. So, number 8760. In 1953, Lena Proud served time for providing an abortion to a young woman. Desperate women from Idaho and Oregon came to Proud to undergo the procedure or for help finding homes for their illegitimate children. The judge advised she should be made an example as a warning for such operations. One of the oldest female inmates ever, Proud was released less than a year later. And now abortion's illegal in Idaho. As of recent. It used to be a federal law that you could do abortion, but they just reversed that back to the states, and Idaho made us a law making abortion illegal. So I think what I'm going to do is read. So this one it says mindset of a murderess. So number 2160, Geneva Emma Brown, 31, assault with intent to murder. So it says Miss G.E. Brown, as she is listed in the convict register, was the only woman convicted of assault with intent to murder. In 1914, Brown worked as a chambermaid and housekeeper for a hotel in St. Joe, Idaho. So where's St. Joe, Idaho? Does it stand for St. Joseph? Okay, I'm not sure where St. Joe, Idaho is. But Brown shot hotel guest Annette Pressler in the hip, and then Pressler, a telephone operator, survived the attack, and Brown served 2 years for the assault. So why did she shoot that woman in the hip? I mean, what was the motive for doing that? So here's one for first-degree murder. So it's set. So this is inmate number 7610. So Elizabeth Lottie Lacey, 65, first-degree murder. So Elizabeth Lacey's husband, Vivian, was a cruel man who often threatened her life and beat her children. In 1939, Elizabeth served her cousin coffee laced with strychnine, a toxic pesticide. Vivian had his stomach pumped and lived. Elizabeth filed for a divorce in 1947 and moved to Utah. 2 years later, her daughter pleaded with her mother to return to Idaho. 2 days after returning, Elizabeth killed her ex-husband by poisoning him again with the same thing. This time in his whiskey. She was the only woman convicted of first-degree murder at the Idaho State Penitentiary. On December 21st, 1962, Elizabeth was released after serving 13 years. So this one, it says closing the ward. So as early as the 1940s, state officials and the prison board discussed closing the women's ward. For most of its history, the ward housed fewer than 5 female inmates at once, and frequently it remained empty. Costs seemed to outweigh the ward's usefulness, and officials thought the building could benefit the growing male inmate population. The state looked at 3 options for its female convicts. One was to rehabilitate the inmates at the Idaho State School and Hospital in Nampa by training them to work as nurses' aides and in food service. Another was to open a tri-state women's-only facility in Cassia County with Wyoming and Utah. In the end, Idaho chose to transfer women to facilities in neighboring states and pay for their care and rehabilitation. Interesting. And so there are, you could see, this is inside. So there is a heater here. So that is cool. Oh my goodness, only 16 years old. So it says, at age 15, Ida Lattery claimed a man named William Lewis convinced her to hire a team of horses in Moscow, Idaho. So that's in North Idaho, and drive them to Washington to sell. Lattery waited for Lewis for several days, but never saw him again. At 16, Lattery became one of the youngest inmates at the penitentiary. The guards perceived her as an ill-mannered child. Lattery resided in a room inside the 1890 cell house. Due in part to inappropriate advances of one of the male inmates, the warden found it prudent to isolate the woman from the men. With no one to assist Lattery in legal advice, the Women's Christian Temperance League Union empathetically sent 3 petitions to the pardon board. After serving only 3 months, Lattery was released. So Marjorie Devaney, inmate number 4876, assault with a deadly weapon. So in 1933, at the Haley 4th of July celebration, rodeo rider. Oh, so she was a rodeo rider. Wow, that's cool. Marjorie Devaney witnessed, let's see, I'm going to flip the camera. So this is her right here. So she was a rodeo rider. Marjorie Devaney witnessed her husband and another performer in a brawl. Believing her husband to be in danger, Devaney pulled a knife from her purse and stabbed the man in the back. A jury found her guilty but suggested leniency. The judge sentenced Devaney to 6 months to 2 years. 2 months into her punishment, both the sheriff of Blaine County and prosecuting attorney wrote letters asking for her parole. Devaney received a pardon after serving only 4 months and 18 days. Wow, that's interesting. So this one, it says, Barbara Bryson, grand leniency. Number 7121, Barbara Bryson and boyfriend Blake Goss stole over $1,000 from the nightclub where they worked in Idaho Falls. While on run from authorities, Goss became violent towards Bryson. Fearing for her life, that of her unborn child, Bryson turned herself into the authorities in Texas. 6 months into her sentence, Bryson went into labor. Prison officials provided her a conditional reprieve to have her baby at St. Alphonsus Hospital in Boise. 4 days later, the pardon board released her on the condition that she take her son and go home to her mother in Reno, Nevada. Wow, that's interesting. Daily life. So it looks like they're playing cards there. So life for inmates, for female inmates at the Idaho State Penitentiary was far different from that of their male counterparts. Considered idle prisoners, the women were not required to maintain a job. The atmosphere was more relaxed, without as many rules. Female inmates were not required to wear uniforms and could roam about the women's ward at their leisure. So each day, inmates were released from their cells at 7 a.m. by the matron and locked back in their cells at 8 p.m. by 2 main guards who also did a check at midnight. Interesting. So this is about escapees. So I'm going to read one of them. Hightail for the hills. So Marjorie Bess and Joy Louise de Chevreau were incarcerated within a few months of each other. The two received 5-year sentences for their crimes of robbery and became cellmates. When dinner was served at 6 o'clock one May evening, the two chose not to eat and returned to the women's ward. While dinner progressed, they stacked chairs and boxes against the wall and climbed over. Their disappearance went unreported for nearly an hour. The escapees climbed the hill behind the women's ward. A guard's dog trailed the women, and they were found around 7:30 p.m., hiding among the sagebrush. Warden William Guest attributed the quick capture of the pair to the steep hill they attempted to climb. Wow. So that's interesting. So basically those women hightail for the hill. So basically what they did is they escaped the prison and then they hiked Table Rock, which is basically what I'm doing today. So now I'm going to hike Table Rock. But that was really fascinating. And also it's free to enter the women's ward, as other parts of the penitentiary you have to pay to get in. And I guess I'm cheap, so I don't want to pay, but it probably doesn't cost very much though. So I'm trying to think the best way to get to the base. And then, so this building here behind me is the guard house. So this is probably, so I guess the warden had his own house, and so there was probably a bunch of guards living in this house. Probably had bunks. So I'm about to hike Table Rock again. I'm excited. I love it in the mountains. It just, I don't know, it just does something for me hiking a mountain. So there is a pretty tree here. Here, it's kind of like a map. And there's also a thing here. It says reclaim Table Rock. So what it says, so reclaim Table Rock, recreate, educate, conservate. And so it says the community project includes the following: installing 7 benches, 4 interpretive signs. I love interpretive signs. Murals on the buildings. I love murals on buildings. It says adopt Table Rock program. If you love Table Rock and would like to support this project, please make a tax-deductible donation at tablerockproject.com. And so here we go. There's mountains. Mountains in Table Rock. Climbing the mountain, here we go. So this trail is called 15A, and it's called the Old Penn Trail, Old Penitentiary Trail. But it does feel hot right now. And it also feels fresh. It feels good. So it will get cooler the higher that I hike. So one thing is, I'm gonna do a little picture of the sunflowers. They're not as in bloom. Those ones are a little bit more bloom. So I did hike about a week ago, and I took pictures. I didn't do a video, and the sunflowers were in bloom at that time. So you really have to time it right with the sunflowers. And so the name of this type of sunflower is kind of like a mountain sunflower, so it's called mule's ear. It's called mule's ear And it's because the ears of the sunflower, well, I guess sunflowers don't have ears, they have leaves. But the leaf of the sunflower is shaped like the ear of a mule. And so that's why they are called mule's ear sunflowers. And so here behind me is the women's ward. So we just walked into the women's ward, and it was very interesting reading about the women inmates in there. And so I think I'm gonna climb this here. I'm gonna get a picture of the ear. So this is why they call it a mule's ear sunflower. Like, do I look like a mule and this is my ear? Kind of. It's called a mule's ear. Well, a mule's ear sunflower. And so there, that was a really good description of why it's called that. So there aren't any mules around here that I could show you. I could hold the leaf up to a real mule, but I don't see any mules around here. But there probably used to be mules around here, because there actually was a quarry up here where they got the rock and where they built some of the old buildings around here. And I'm sure they probably used mules to help carry the rock down from the mountain. They probably didn't use horses to climb up the mountain, because mules are better for that. They're more sure-footed. So there are some more sunflowers here. Lots of sunflowers. But I don't know, that one still looks kind of good. But you really have to time the sunflowers just right of when they're in full bloom. But they're still, you can still kind of see them, and there are lots of sunflowers. But once again, mule's ear sunflowers. And so there's sunflowers to my right, sunflowers to my left, and sunflowers all over. So lots of mule's ear sunflowers. And there's another building behind me. I think they also have a greenhouse over there. More sunflowers. And but yeah, it's cool to be up in the mountain. I'm gonna show part of this trail here. There's this little sunflower there. But yeah, you can see these rocks and going up there. Well, I don't know what else to talk about. It's gonna be another hour. I don't know, I need to practice topics or come up with things to talk about. There's another little bunch of mule's ear sunflowers here, and these ones, you can see they're still in bloom. You can see how pretty they are. But yeah, those ones still looking pretty good. I see even more sunflowers. But I think the sunflowers are really cool. They're very beautiful. And And it's cool that there is a sunflower that grows in the mountains, because in this terrain in the mountains, not everything grows up here. You know, there's no trees up here, and well, very few trees. I feel like I've climbed a certain distance where it is a little bit more cooler. But yeah, there's no geese and no ducks up here in the mountains either. There's some insects, there's some things, but it's definitely different terrain. There are little mounds of dirt here. So there are, I guess, what you call those little things that dig underground. I guess they're called moles, I think. I don't know. But so there are some of those. There's rocks. There's sagebrush. There is people in the mountains. Not as many people as in the valley, but there are some people in the mountains hiking, and that's a really cool little barn there. And then also what's really cool is this area up here, kind of how there's this little like kind of crack in the road. But I wish there was a mule up here to ride, and then just to kind of ride up the mountain, and then I could take the leaf off the sunflower and see, compare it and see how close the leaf is to the ear of the mule. But I like mules. But I think donkeys have so much character. And I really like donkeys a lot, but I think mules are a really good cross between horse and donkey. I'm actually surprised there aren't more people up here, but maybe some people are like working because it's Monday. But yeah, it's really beautiful. There is a cross at Table Rock. So I did some reading about the cross, and so it is connected. So in the 1950s there was a thing that happened in Boise, Idaho, and it was called there was a book written about it. He was a British journalist who happened to be in Boise while it was happening. The name of the book is called The Boys of Boise. And so the 1950s was very conservative, and you weren't, being gay was something that wasn't allowed, especially publicly, and if people knew, it was a huge deal. So let's see, the wind is blowing a little bit. Might make it hard to tell this story, but maybe I'll wait until the wind is done. So anyways, there was a gang of boys in the 1950s in Boise. They were having sex with men, mostly older men, for money. And then, so anyways, so then what they were doing is, if the men that they had sex with did not pay them enough money, they would expose the fact that those men were gay, or that they raped or assaulted the boys in this gang. And so this was found out about, I guess the police, or I don't know, whoever found out that this was going on, and it was reported in the newspaper, and people were outraged that gay sex was happening in Boise, especially with, these young boys. And so there was a lot of hatred towards people who were gay, and it was like there were mob bashings and all this hate. And basically the people that were gay in the 1950s in Boise, most of them, even though they were just ordinary, well-loved people who had jobs and who just didn't have any problems, were good citizens, they were so scared, most of them left. And so they left for Portland, for Seattle, for San Francisco, because they were just so afraid, because the environment against people who were gay, with the Voice of Boise thing that was reported in the newspaper, it just was so bad, they just left to live somewhere where there was more accepting. And it's sad that that happened. And what it did is it made it less of, because people continue to be born gay, or on the LGBTQ spectrum. They just continue to be born that way. And if not everyone, but some people are born like that way, and and they don't choose to be. But let's say they're born in an area or a place that's not very accepting, or doesn't have a very good scene for being LGBTQ plus. It's hard for them, and they're also afraid to come out and be themselves. So the Voice of Boise thing, it basically made the gay scene in Boise non-existent, basically. And so then what happened is, there was, in the 1970s, there were some drag queens that moved back to Boise and dug in their heels and formed a LGBTQ plus community. And something that's interesting is, if you compare Boise, Idaho to Salt Lake City, they're both cities about the same size. Salt Lake City continues to have a larger LGBTQ plus scene today than Boise, Idaho. And part of the reason is their LGBTQ plus scene was able to continue to grow, whereas the one in Boise stopped in the 1950s and 60s and then developed one. So that is interesting. And so another thing is, so on the top of Table Rock. So there is that cross up there. And part of the inspiration to install the cross was there were church leaders of different faiths who were upset with the way people treated each other, whether they were LGBTQ plus or not. The way that they treated each other in the 1950s over the Boys of Boise thing and all the hate, that it was not good. And so they said we can be better people and treat each other with love. And so that was the inspiration for installing the cross on the top of Table Rock, which was installed in the 1950s. So I think that is interesting. Oh, there's a little dog there. A golden retriever. Oh, is it a lab mix?
No, it's a golden.
Oh, it is
She
a
just
golden.
found a
Because
mud
she's so
puddle.
muddy.
Oh,
She's
so
like
she's so muddy that
half
she's not
mud and
golden.
half
Oh,
Yeah.
well, did she,
Found a big mud puddle.
oh, did she have fun?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
she always has fun.
Cool. I actually love golden retrievers. I actually grew up with one when I was little, and they're so cute. But I was saying, I said I think that's a golden retriever, and they were like, she's not so golden because she's all muddy because she was playing in the mud. And so I was like, did she have fun playing in the mud? And they were like, oh yeah, that's funny. So anyways, another thing that's interesting is some people wanted to take the cross down, but for some, it's like actually like private property or something. There's some weird thing as private property, but then they use it as a park and allow people to climb. So the cross is still up there, and it illuminates at night too. You can see it. But I think there's something about people are usually really friendly in nature. It's interesting. There's something about nature, just the rawness of nature. Like, you know, even if something happened, you're kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and the rawness, and if you have other people, and so there's the thing here of sagebrush. I don't know, many of you, maybe some of you have never seen sagebrush before, but this is sagebrush. But I love the smell of it. But there is a lot of sagebrush in Idaho. Here's another picture of it here. Here's more sagebrush. But the sagebrush, it does smell good. And there are some flowers here that are really pretty. There's a really big bee too, right there. But yeah, I think it's just beautiful up here. But yeah, I just think it's so beautiful up here on this mountain. So I'm in Boise, Idaho. So yeah, Table Rock is within city limits of Boise, and this is considered the Rocky Mountains. And so I'm climbing here on this trail to Table Rock, and there is a cross at the top of Table Rock that I was just talking about. And so there's not a lot of people out here today, but there was a couple people, and they were here. They had a golden retriever that was all muddy because she played in the mud, and so they said she wasn't so golden. So that was funny. But I'm a slow walker, slow hiker. I'm not very fast. I think I was walking. I just noticed something. I thought I saw a little bit of mica, which is a sparkly rock. Oh, but there's just a little bit there. I don't know if it'll show up on the camera, but it is cool too. I also like rocks, and something I really like is the thunder eggs. I have a thunder egg rock that's split open, and you can see the inside of it. And I also like spider rocks, arrowheads. There's not a lot of arrowheads out here. There probably used to be, but probably most of them have been found. But actually, if there were some, they probably would be off trail. But I don't know, I'm pretty much staying to the trail. Yeah, I'm out in the mountains, and I think it's beautiful, and so I'm glad that you're watching and that you can see it. And so yeah, I also have a YouTube channel, and if you look up my name, Grant Elordi, is a good way to find it.
I think you have to hit it harder.
So, climbing Table Rock. I'm gonna show the mountain behind. But yeah, it's so beautiful just being out here in the mountains. It's cool that other people like to watch me. I also did something for my YouTube channel. I love to take pictures, and so I started making slideshows with my pictures, and I added music. So the first one I did, I used pictures of when I went to the Basque Country in November, and then I also added music in Euskera, the Basque language, and then I made a second one of outdoor art that I took like around Boise, and But what's cool about doing this video now compared to the first one I did of Table Rock is it's spring now. More things are springing and in bloom. The sunflowers have already bloomed. The bloom is about gone. And so it's neat. It's like I'm hiking the same mountain, but it's different hiking it at a different time. And I was kind of like, why should I do another live video of hiking Table Rock? But it's still cool. Maybe more people will see it that didn't see the first one. You know, it's different time. And I mean, nature changes. Even I was reading the mountains continue to get taller. The sea is rising. There's changes in nature. What's up? What's up? So, if you are watching and you don't know, I do have a YouTube channel. I don't have a link for it on here, but there is a link for it on my YouTube page. And but you can look up my name, Grant Elordi. It's E-L-O-R-D-I is my last name. My first name is Grant. But you can find me, because I think I'm the only Grant Elordi in the world. I haven't found another one. My first name's unique, and so is my last name. So I've been talking about sunflowers, and there's some here that are still blooming. So here's some here, still in bloom. You know, this one here, that one's still blooming. Look at that one there. I mean, so it's interesting they're not. So I think the higher elevation that you get, the later that they bloom and the later that the bloom dies. As you can see, there's many fields of them now. So as I climb higher into the mountains to Table Rock, there will be maybe some sunflowers that are more in full bloom and haven't withered yet, like some of the others. So here we are. Gorgeous views. There are some mountains in the distance that have snow, but there's no snow up here. There's no trees up here. I think we're past the tree line. But there is sunflowers, there is sagebrush, there's a couple other kinds of flowers. I thought about buying sunglasses today. And I went, but they were too expensive and I didn't even like them. So, and I don't even like, I like not having sunglasses on. But I don't know, it is a little bit sunny. I had some sunglasses I really liked, but they broke. Maybe I'll find some sunglasses when I get to Cambodia that I like. But I don't know, I guess you can all hear me decently, I don't know. But I do plan to buy a microphone to do my videos. So I think I'm gonna go to a music store to buy it. But I'm getting better at doing videos. It is new to me doing it, and I am getting better at it. So there is one flower here. It's kind of like a pinkish flower, but it's a really pretty color. Yeah, the views here are really good. I'm gonna do another 360. Nice. I think I might just do like a really long live video. Why not? It gives more people a chance to join if there's more time. And so I think you get to connect with more people. And sometimes some people might have the day off and they're able to watch, other people not. So some people may get off and be able to watch part of it. Who knows what everyone's doing. But I think I'm going to climb this mountain and continue to do my live broadcast, and then I'm going to climb back down, and then there's also another trail towards the top that goes to someplace else, and I think that would be interesting. And there's also an alternative trail. So I might do a different route than I did the last time I hiked Table Rock. The day is so nice. I just want to be outside. So I might as well just stay outside and hang out with all of you watching me. And but yeah, I just need to see the hills here filled with the sunflowers and other kind of flowers. And this is really cool. I really like this a lot. Looking down from here, you can see the entire city of Boise. If someday I'll be doing a live video and somebody who's watched will see me doing it and be like, oh, I saw you on Facebook or on YouTube. Hiking Table Rock again. But I remember days being at work and it was such a nice day and I wanted to get outside and hike Table Rock but wasn't able to because I had to work. And so some people could be at work, maybe they're at work and they're able to watch a video or on their lunch break and able to, in a sense, kind of hike Table Rock. But it is so beautiful up here. There's a gentle little breeze that feels so good. The sunflowers are still in bloom, especially higher up. They bloom later and they wither later. So I'm kind of up at a level where they're still blooming and it's so beautiful. It is gorgeous. I'm so, like, at this moment, like, this is so beautiful. I'm out here and I'm like, this is gorgeous, and I almost didn't want to do this because I didn't get a lot of sleep. And I was concerned how I was going to look. Maybe I wouldn't look good enough. I would look tired. And who's going to want to watch the video? And I'm glad I did. Also because I was trying to stretch the dollar. And so I was cooking all this food and I was eating as I was cooking. And so I ate a lot. And so I really need to get up in the mountain and burn some calories, and so I'm so glad that I got up here, and but I feel very adventurous and I really want to enjoy my time in Boise because I am moving to Phnom Penh, Cambodia to teach English. And so I'm leaving on May 19th, and then I have a 17-hour layover in Manila in the Philippines, and so I'll do a video there. So I'm staying at a 24-hour hotel, so because I arrive at like 4 a.m. and so then I'm going to take a shower and then explore the Philippines, and I'll probably want to go to the beach. But I'll be there for 17 hours before I fly to Phnom Penh, Cambodia, which is only a 2-hour flight from Manila in the Philippines. So that's cool. There's kind of like a cool little rock here. So I think I'm gonna flip the camera and show it. It's kind of cool. But yeah, it's the scenery. I just think this is so beautiful. And yeah, I could even when I get to the top, I'll probably sit and maybe turn my selfie stick into a tripod and maybe sit and do a little thing there. But it's, for some reason, I remember, years ago hiking Table Rock, and I'm not sure if I remember this many sunflowers. So I don't know, it seems like there's more sunflowers than there used to be. And it's cool, I love it. But it does seem like seems like there's the same amount of sagebrush. I seem as tired as some of the people hiking here, but I think that's because I'm going slower. But if I was going faster, I'd be way more exhausted and be sweating a lot more. But I don't see the point in going so fast. I mean, it's just so beautiful. I want to soak up the sun, soak up the moment. I mean, I don't want to be in a big hurry. I feel like sometimes I just need to slow down, I need to chill, I need to climb a mountain. I feel like everything's just so fast. And I just don't know if that's me. I think sometimes, I mean, I'm able to kick it into another gear, but I like to be able to slow down. This is a really nice big rock that I'm sitting on, or leaning on. And there's some really cool rock formations and rocks. And on my slideshow, when I was in Marikina in the Basque Country, because I did a slideshow of the Basque Country, there's this big rock formation, and they built a little church around the rock. And it was really cool. I took a picture of it. But I think that they had, the rock was already there, and they built the church around it. So there's another trail here called the Tram Trail. So maybe I'll take that one once I get to the top of Table Rock. It seems kind of not as steep as this trail I'm on, hiking Table Rock. So I think I'm definitely more closer to the top of Table Rock now than to the base, but there's still a ways to go. And so I do think this part is the most challenging part, because it's, I guess you're kind of a little bit tired from hiking, and then it's also more steep. I don't know, it's more challenging kind of getting to the top. So interesting. I know that other trail, I don't know if I'm gonna take it or not. It just seems so flat. I don't think it's as interesting as Table Rock. But there's another Table Rock trail that does go around a different way on the way back. So I think I might do that one. And then I think there's another one closer to the mountain that kind of goes around farther up too. So this other trail that doesn't go to the top, but it's called Table Rock Quarry Trail. So I'm actually think after I get to the top of Table Rock, I'm interested in doing that one. little bit of a breeze, and it's breeze is pushing me up the trail a little bit. Sit here. So there are some plaques up here. So this plaque, here's this one, and there's some more over there. So it says, geological features. Looking southwest and south. Idaho's Ice Age landforms. It says geologists tell us that only 4 long ice ages may have occurred during the 4.5 billion year history of the Earth. Each ice age lasted several million years. They were spaced about 2 to 3 million years apart. Because the combined duration of ice ages represents much less than 1% of total Earth history, an extremely rare event, it is remarkable that we are now living in the midst of a modern ice age. The modern ice age began about 3 million years ago and continues through the present. It is expected to last another 1 or 2 million years. During the modern ice age, 3.2 million years, there have been about 20 glacial cycles with glacial expansion and glacial contractions at intervals of about 100,000 years. Today we live during the glacial contraction established when glaciers melted between 15 and 10,000 years ago. The most recent glacial expansion peaked about 35,000 and 15,000 years ago. It was during the several glacial expansions that Idaho's high country was carved by ice into spectacular landforms such as cirques, U-shaped valleys, arêtes, horns, and lake basins. So it says it is uncertain where the outlet of Lake Idaho was located during most of its 6.5 million year life. For a time it may have had no outlet at all, being large enough that evaporation from its surface kept pace with recharge from the rivers. At the beginning of the modern ice age, about 3.2 million years ago, glaciers grew in Idaho's mountains. Lake Idaho was filled to overflowing when the ice melted. The lake filled to an elevation between 3,700 and 3,800 feet and spilled into a stream that became the segment of the Snake River that flows through Hell's Canyon. The spill is believed to have occurred across a divide in the vicinity of the present Oxbow Dam. Wow, interesting. So this is talking about faults. So I guess these are earthquake faults, I guess. So a group of northwest trending faults extend through the low foothills on the east side of Boise. Several of these extend through the area near Table Rock and the old penitentiary. So yeah, we were there. That's where we are, yeah. The faults provided conduits for geothermal waters that cemented the sandstone in the area and formed the nearby hot springs. The faults are members of a group of faults that extend about 120 miles along the northeast side of the western arm of the Snake River Valley. The faults extend from the area north of the town of King Hill on the southeast to the area east of Weiser on the northwest. Displacement that occurred along these faults helped create the western arm of the Snake River Valley as a large down-faulted basin. A similar group of northwest trending faults extend along the southwest side of the valley near the Waihe Mountains. And so this one says looking north. Oh, and so they were all, the different plaques are faced looking the direction of what they're talking about. That's interesting. So it says the gentle slope that you see north doesn't look that gentle. It looks kind of dramatic of the slope actually. Extending down from the top of Boise Ridge towards the valley is the remnant of an ancient flat land surface. Oh, I guess kind of northwest a little bit is what they're talking about. So it was carved mostly in granite, partly overlain by volcanic rocks and boulder gravel. It has been uplifted on the east and tilted down in the west. This is due to 1/2 mile of vertical displacement that occurred on a major north-south fault on the east side of Boise Ridge. The fault is referred to by geologists as the Boise Ridge Fault. Interesting. So that was very kind of scientific geology stuff. Now it says southwest and south. So it says the flat sandstone top of Table Rock is a remnant of the bottom of Old Lake, Idaho. So how is the top of the mountain the bottom, a remnant of the bottom of a lake? That's fascinating. So the sand was cemented by silica-laden hot spring waters that came up along the faults, spread out to the soft sand, and discharged into the lake near its shoreline between about 8 million and 3 million years ago. A look to the south and southwest from this site across the Boise River, you will see on the distant skyline an outline of the Waihe Mountains. That was the far side of Old Lake, Idaho. Closer you will see the lone, flat, high profile of the desert that exists between Boise and Mountain Home. This was part of the bottom of Lake Idaho. between Table Rock and the high desert profile was once continuous lake bottom. The enormous amount of lake bottom sediment that is now missing was excavated and carried away by the Boise River. The missing sediment is now resting entirely on the floor of the Pacific Ocean near the mouth of the Columbia River. Wow, that is fascinating. How do they know all these things that happened is what I want to know. It's very interesting. So the sand from the lake bottom went from into the Boise River to the Snake River to the Columbia River. So the sand that was at the bottom of this lake is now at the base of the Pacific Ocean. I mean, that is just fascinating. It's hard to believe, but they must have done something to be able to prove that. It would be interesting to know what they did, but there must be something that they did or something they studied to know all this stuff that happened millions and millions of years ago. So yeah, it definitely feels like today is an 80-degree weather day, but it definitely feels cooler up here because I am a higher elevation, closer to the top of the mountain. on the top of the mountain, I feel like I have less worries up here. I just feel so carefree. I just feel like I have no worries. It feels really good. There's kind of this little post here in the mountain that I'm sitting on, but it's just such a nice view. And I feel so good right now. It seems like when I'm at the top of the mountain, I feel so good. I don't have as many worries. And I don't even feel like complaining. I feel like if I tried to complain right now about something, it just wouldn't feel right. So I don't know. So before I decided to climb the mountain today, I was not feeling very good because I didn't sleep very good. And then the day before, I was doing a bunch of cooking things from scratch to trying to stretch the dollar because food is so expensive. And I had a whole bunch to eat while I was cooking and didn't feel very good from eating so much. And then I didn't sleep well. And I was like, I don't feel like climbing a mountain today. And then now that I did, I just feel so good. Yeah, I could see the view behind me on the camera, and I saw it as I was walking up. I just love sitting here with this view behind me, and I can see it in the camera too. And I'm able to share this view. I'm just sitting here, and this is so nice. As if you feel like you're worried about things, you don't feel good, climb a mountain or do something. Because climbing a mountain it changed my perspective today. And now I feel so grateful. It's so good. But I don't know, I don't want to leave sitting here. But I'm gonna need to keep on hiking to get to the top, and then I'm gonna need to hike back down. But this moment right now, this weather, this beautiful day, it just feels so good. But I think I can climb the mountain. I think I can climb down. And I'll definitely will have burned some calories for sure. Maybe I should hike Table Rock as much as I can before I leave for Cambodia. But I don't know, my muscles might be sore tomorrow. Will probably be sore tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but maybe the next day I could. Well, I think I'm gonna continue on the journey to the top of the mountain. very good. If I do something like this, I sleep better the next day. Because I feel like when I've done something for the day, something physical, you know, I feel like I sleep better. So I think I saved my sleeping pattern, and I think I'll sleep good tonight because of this. So that's good. Let's start the week off good, and then I can wake up early and do things, and then be tired, and then go to sleep and sleep good. Oh, I love this. I'm up in the mountains. This is beautiful. Well, I love doing this sort of thing. I don't know exactly how many people are watching, but if you are new and you don't follow me on Facebook or subscribe to my YouTube channel, I plan on doing more videos like this and things like this. And I already have a collection of photos, videos, and I'm building my channel, and I'm getting better at doing YouTube and Facebook. And it's a cool thing. I remember, well, I'm old, I'm 39 years old. I remember when Facebook started, and when YouTube started too. I think I was like 18 when YouTube started. I could have started a channel then, and I probably would have been really famous by now. But I guess it's never too late. I guess the best time to start is now. I probably would have had a really good collection of videos if I had started YouTube when I was 18. I'd have a lot of content then if I had done that. But it's not good to delve in the past or so far into the future. It's good to be in the present, and climbing this mountain is helping me to be in the present and doing my YouTube channel and these videos. So this is a good thing, staying in the present. Well, pretty much to the top. And now I'm gonna walk to the cross. So now I'm gonna flip the camera. So here's the date, 1956. So it says, in appreciation of those who by their gifts and services have made possible this cross on Table Rock, the plaque is gratefully inscribed and dedicated. May this cross inspire those who see it to be better citizenship, higher ideals, and happier living. Sponsored by Boise Junior Chamber of Commerce, 1956. And so here's another plaque that shows them when they were putting the cross up here. And so it says, the cross on Table Rock. The idea came from an episode of This Is Your Life, where a rural mail carrier was honored for the many things he had done for the people on his route. At his retirement after 40 years, he planned to build a cross on a hill overlooking his small town. When the town folks heard this, they jumped in and the work began. Glenn Lundgren, chairman of the board of the Boise Jaycees, took the idea to the Boise Jaycees to build something that would signify what the city of Boise would be known. Several ideas were presented, and it was decided that a cross would be that icon. The location was selected and approved by Warden Clapp of the Idaho State Penitentiary, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Boise Ministerial Association. So Ministerial Association, so that's like a church or a religious association. So this is the project. There currently were similar structures in the Snake River Canyon at Shoshone Falls and at Lizard Butte overlooking Marsing, where people would gather for sunrise services. The project was envisioned to be 60 feet high. Wow, 60 feet high. It's a tall cross. And not cost more than $850. Other suggestions were to make it 150 feet high and illuminate it like the Capitol Dome. The project started in 1954 under the guidance of the Four Horsemen, Glenn Lundgren, Chet Sawyer, Dick Wilcombe, and Rich Jordan. Glenn Lundgren became the vice president of First Security Bank and was known as the go-to man to raise money or get things done. He was later president of the Boise Metro Chamber of Commerce. Chet Sawyer was an architect working for Hummel Architects at the time. All were active members of the Boise Jaycees and carried on the practice of major projects in Boise. One other major men involved, including Dick Adams of Richard L. Adams Painting and Glenn Compton of Compton Transfer. It was built and donated material, manpower, equipment, and the generous donations of many people and companies. No money was solicited by the Jaycees, but they did accept the voluntary donations that came in. No donation was over $5. As the project progressed, the Merry Milkmen from a children's program, or KBOI TV, and Sheriff Spud from KTVB asked the children during their programs to be part of something big. Kids sent in their pennies, nickels, and dimes and raised over $880. Remember that Boise only had a population of 30,000 at the time. The total cost was $980. On January 8th, 1956, the cross was raised on Table Rock with about 200 in attendance. In June of that year, the Boise JCs were recognized at their national convention, with the cross being selected as the Outstanding Religious Project of the Year and the National Project of the Year by the United States JCs. So here's controversy. In 1971, the first threat to the cross arose when the U.S. Supreme Court demanded that a cross built on public land in Eugene, Oregon, be taken down on the grounds that it violated a separation between church and state. To avoid controversy, the Boise JCs later bought the land around the cross at public auction held by the Idaho State Land Board. In 1995, the ACLU filed a petition to the land board to vacate the sale, which was denied. In 1999, the American Atheists again tried to have the sale nullified. The Boise JCs planned a march in support of the cross from the train depot to the Capitol building, expecting 200 to 300 people to participate. Estimates were 10,000 people showed up, completely covering Capitol Boulevard from the train depot to University Drive. Seeing the overwhelming public support, no further action took place. In 2011, it was brought to the attention of the Cross Board by Myron Gilbert, a former sheriff, and Byron Riles, both Boise High alums, that the cross could use a facelift, though the donations of several people and foundation funds were raised to make the needed improvements. In August 2011, the fluorescent bulbs were replaced by LED lights with Lexan coverings. Needed repairs to the cross coat of arms, or cross arms, and a new coat of paint by Adams Painting, the company that originally painted it. The cross sits at 1,100 feet above the valley floor. It is 60 feet high, sitting in a hole 4 feet wide and 6 feet deep, filled with 4 cubic yards of concrete. It had to stand the strain of the base of 147,000 foot-pounds. It weighs 4,500 pounds and sits on 0.071 acres of private land. Yes, property taxes are paid yearly on it. So, there's history of the cross. And now I wonder if I should sit on the bench or if I should just sit like on a rock, kind of here. Hopefully I don't fall off the mountain. That would be bad. Actually, maybe it would be safer to sit on a bench. And then I could prop my selfie stick. Okay, so I'm gonna there's a little bit of wind. I think I'm going to do this so that way there can be more of a view. think I'm gonna move closer to the edge, and then there's a better view. What I'm gonna do is turn the camera.
I think we can put down there. I'm just saying if the work
So, well, I'm gonna walk back down the mountain. I think I'm gonna take the quarry trail, and it kind of goes. I assume the quarry trail goes around to the quarry it used to be, and yeah, last time I did my Table Rock live video, I didn't hike back down. I stopped the video at the top. But this time, I'm gonna hike back down. So, it's definitely gonna be a longer video. Also, something's interesting is it's like people have put rocks here, like on Table Rock by the cross. So I think that's interesting. Howling a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna flip the camera back around because this is like a really cool rock here. continue hiking out here in the mountains, and I'm going to continue to be on live. And that's cool that people are watching me, and thank you for watching me. I appreciate it. And some of you have been watching me for a good portion of the video too. That's really cool. But yeah, definitely my content is not AI at all. Like, this is me, and I'm really out here in the mountains hiking Table Rock, and there's so much AI stuff, and you know, but I'm real. I'm the real thing. It would be cool if I could just not have to have a real job and just explore and do videos full time. But it could be possible, that could happen at some point. There's a lot of people in this world, and if enough of them watch me, then if I have enough views and subscribers and followers, like YouTube and Facebook will pay me, and because you get a portion of the ads. And I mean, even if I didn't make very much, I mean, even if I made $1,000 a month, I think I could make that work, and I would just be so happy, just out different places, and I would just explore the whole world, and I think that would be cool. And you know what, maybe it will happen, maybe I'll get better at capturing the images and the places and get really good at this, and then eventually enough people will follow me and I could do this full time. I mean, why not try it? But even on a part-time basis, it would be cool. Right now I have a lot of time because I'm not working until I move to Cambodia, and then I'm going to get a job teaching English. So right now I have a lot of free time, but that will change, and then I'll be able to do this when I have time or after work. But from the stress of work, I'm sure that doing this will be very relaxing for me. So I think it is a really good thing, even though I'll still have to work. Pretty. There are a lot of rocks there. This is the part, this actually goes to a road. You can actually drive up Table Rock from the behind way, and there's houses along these mountains, and so that's where I am right now, is a parking lot. This is a little parking lot here. Well, they're behind you and in front of me. I'm going to turn around and show them. They're really pretty. But yeah, I mean, are those hills just gorgeous? Maybe I'll turn the camera around. And look at that. Also, there's a gate here, and there's a sign that says federally regulated mine. Danger. Well, I'm not gonna go there. Okay, so now going to walk around the quarry that you're not allowed to enter. Are so good. the edge of the cliff. So you can kind of see where the edge is. Is kind of dramatic. I don't know, maybe it's just dramatic. I'm kind of dramatic too, in a way. I wonder if people think I am. I think I'm dramatic. Now there's no one else out here right now on this trail with me. I'm all alone. But there's some people are watching me. So if something happened, you could get help. What would happen to me if I could fall off? If I fell off the cliff, then you could get help for me. But I think I'll be careful enough that I'm not going to fall off the cliff. I wish there were like a mountain goat or something out here, or a bighorn sheep. That would be cool. But I don't see any animals. There are some sunflowers up here. Maybe because I'm walking around the mine. Maybe there's some people working at the mine. Perhaps. I don't think it's a gold mine or a silver mine. I think it's like just a rock mine. I think is what it is. Sounds like there's an eagle up there or something. Just as I was saying, I was up here alone. Somebody walks by. How funny. fence here, and I'm going to turn the camera around just to show what it says. But it says, danger. Federally regulated mine, no trespassing. Violators will be prosecuted. So I definitely don't want to go over the fence. I don't want to get prosecuted. And I don't want to get in trouble. And then there's another one there. There's another sign and the fencing's there. But there's also really pretty rock there. So the trail does continue down here. But I don't want to get in any trouble. Especially get in trouble and have a video of it. That would be so bad. Don't want to do that. Because then there'd be evidence of it too. But that rock is really pretty. I'm going to turn the camera around. Yeah, look how pretty that rock is. That rock is gorgeous. But I'm telling you, the scenery out here is so beautiful. I'm going to do a little twirl to 360. But it's so gorgeous. I'm so glad I decided to take this trail. I've actually never done this trail before. Usually the one I do is the old penitentiary trail. So this is actually a new trail for me out here. I don't remember that I've ever done this one. But it is pretty. This is a nice view. I do like it. Wow, it's kind of hard to get. There's a little bit of a ways to kind of get down onto the trail from here. Like I'm on the trail, but it's just there's just a little bit of a step. Like it's this part of the trail is like a rock. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold on, scoot my butt down. And I'm down. But one thing that's interesting here is they have that kind of like little crack in the middle. And I wonder if that was one of the things that one of the plaques was talking about with like the ridge. So it's kind of interesting. But this is really pretty. Like I like both sides. Like this side has got cool rocks. This side is down. There's mountains. But I mean, like, cool. And these rocks are really red. That one. I don't know how red it appears in the video, but for my eyes, it's interesting. Videos are not exactly like the way I'm picturing what I'm seeing is not the same that the video is. So that is kind of interesting. But there is some cool color here. Some kind of something growing on the rocks. kind of like a red and green. Wow, that's actually really gorgeous. Maybe I'll aim it this way to kind of show these rocks. But then it's pretty the other way too. Almost wish I could have like a 360 camera. So I'm looking up ahead, and there is a sunflower bunch. Like they're kind of like little bunches of sunflowers. These mule's ear sunflowers. But there are some up here growing near the rock. So I think that would be a cool image. Here they are. There's kind of this burnt. I don't know, this almost looks burnt. I don't know if this was a sagebrush or what that was. But there's like kind of like a lone sunflower up here. It's like, oh my gosh, this is so gorgeous. And that's like the only sunflower around here too. Is that one. Wow, I have to get a picture of these rocks. So pretty. And it's different lighting because the sun is behind the rocks. So once I get on the other side of this quarry trail, there will be more sun. But you can see the sun on the mountains out there. Yeah, it's interesting, like on here, I can't see exactly how many people are watching, but it shows me some people that are. But I'm always curious, I wonder how many people, but afterwards, you know, you can see all the analytics. But it's actually very interesting to see all, to look at all that kind of stuff. Some people are into data and mathematics, and I wasn't when I was in school. I was like my least favorite subject. But now I think it's interesting, actually. But there's these rocks, and I don't know if this was man-made or not, but these rocks are kind of going up like this, almost like a little thing going up to this rock. So it's kind of, oh, and it does the same thing, and then there's another one going back down. But this one looks kind of wobbly, but no, it seems sturdy. What if I fell and like hurt myself? That would be so bad. Okay, I made it down the rock. Wow, looking to my left, I see another trail out there. Then out there are some houses. I'm trying to think of what area of Boise that is, or where I am. I think I might be I can't remember the name. Oh, I think I'm out towards Harris Ranch area, kind of like Barber Park area. I think I might be out that way. But there's a trail here going to the left, and it seems really cool. But I don't know, I think I might want to head closer to the base. I don't know if I want to head out on this trail, just because I'm not sure. Actually, if I do go left, it looks like it does go back down. So, actually I'm going to check and see what time it is. Oh, it's 5:38 or 5:58. Actually, but I am close to those houses. So if I do go down there, I could get on a road, get close to the Boise Greenbelt, or even get an Uber and get back home. I don't know, I just don't think it's the best idea to be out here at dark. But I do think if I go down that way, I will be close to civilization if it doesn't get dark. So it will be different because I'm closer to down there than I am to the base. Honestly, I'm gonna kind of show a little picture. So it does, there's a trail that goes up there, but then there's one that kind of goes down, and then there's like houses down there. So I think I think I'm closer to there. So I'm closer to a road there than I am hiking all the way back to the base of Table Rock. Because I am a little ways from the base. So I think I'm gonna head down this way. Houses was like in their backyard, which is basically the trails. And what if they were like, hey, do you want to have tea or something? Or that would be funny. I probably would, like after hiking and being out here in the middle of nowhere, and someone invited me for tea. Like totally, like I totally would. was open. Because the city of Boise, they own Barber Park, which is where people go to float the river. They start at Barber Park, and there's like a float season. But the city of Boise decides when to open up the river for floating. But what if float season was open, and I went to Barber Park now from where I am, and just floated down the river, floated down the Boise River back home, because then it gets off at Ann Morrison, which is not too far from where I live. So I could just hike Table Rock and then just float down the river. That would be fun. I don't know if you know, but right before the pandemic in 2020, I was on vacation in Mexico, and I broke my foot in Mexico, and it was a really bad break, like 3 fractures and other damage. And I came back home, had the operation and everything, 2 operations done, and they left 1 screw in, but then they had the plates and screws, and then they took them all out, but they left 1 screw. But I have a scar, and for so long, I couldn't even walk. And I remember I had my cast. I didn't have a cast, but I had a boot thing. And I remember I was in so much pain, and I just put my boot and my leg straight in the air, for the elevation, and wasn't able to walk. I had crutches and a knee scooter, and ever since, now that I'm able to walk, now that my foot healed from the 3 fractures, I have more gratitude towards walking and hiking, and so now I walk and I hike more than I ever did before. And also, the podiatrist said that walking, the impact is really good for my foot and for the bones. He said bones are a living thing, and so the impact of walking on them helps them to be strong. And so he says you should walk as much as you can. And well, I guess you could say I followed his advice. And but whenever I'm walking or hiking, my foot feels so loose. It feels so good. All the muscles and tendons and everything work best when I'm walking. But if I'm sitting and I'm not walking and then I get up, it's harder for me. It's a little bit stiff. But walking and hiking is like the best thing for my foot. And I don't think, I probably wouldn't be hiking right now doing this if I hadn't broken my foot, just because I have so much gratitude for being able to walk. So I don't know if you knew that about me, but now you do. Maybe some of you did know. And and another interesting thing is I had a job. I worked in senior living, and I worked in food and beverage, and but I would deliver the orders because the residents were in lockdown, and I would deliver the orders on my knee scooter, and I have the bags with the food, on the handlebars, and but I was really fast at doing that. And so I had a broken foot, and I still had a job because it was a essential job that was not cut during the pandemic when other people were not allowed to work. I had an essential job and I had a broken foot, and I was still working. And I think I'm gonna do a 360 here, a 360 twirl. But I'm coming down the mountain and there's a road nearby, but it's kind of a residential road. But if it's close enough to the Boise River, or maybe I could stay on this trail and just go to the base. Because I don't know, this road, I'm sure I could get an Uber on the road. However, it might take a while to get an Uber out here. But at least if I'm on a trail, at least this trail is close to the road. Because it's already like 6 o'clock, I think. Mountain time, and I'm in the mountains. But it's hard to believe that it's that late already. I can't believe it. I'm looking down the mountain, so I see these houses. But beyond that, I do see a parking lot and some buildings, and I'm trying to remember what that is. I think it might be Federal Way. There's like a Home Depot out there and like a Fred Meyer. So I walked here from where I live. So I have to Uber back or go to a bus stop and wait for the bus. But I wonder how I should get back home. I hear crickets cricketing right now. I think I'm a little bit far east, right from where I am, because I see the tower for the Boise airport, and that's about parallel, well, sort of parallel, a little bit west of where I live. And I am east of that. But I wonder how close I am to the Boise River. Well, I think I'm gonna do a 360 here, and then I think I'm gonna end the video and go on Google Maps and figure out if I'm gonna get an Uber or what I'm gonna do, or if I'm gonna walk to get home. But I am a little bit tired, so I don't know if I want to walk that much more. But I'm gonna end the video and I'm gonna go home. I think I will definitely sleep good tonight. I feel a little bit sore already, my muscles from the hiking, which is good. It's good for your muscles to hike a mountain. If I did it every day, I'd be in really good shape. Well, thank you for watching. I think this is my longest video that I've ever done. And well, have a good evening, everybody. And I'll see you later.